good morning, and welcome to the Live at the Waterhole show. My name is Steph Winterboer, and I'm going to be your naturalist for the morning. We've opened up on a fantastic scene at Jamala in Madikwe Game Reserve in South Africa. We got some elephants bathing again. Goodness, we've had some epic sightings at this pan over the last couple of days as we are in the teeth of the dry season. Hot, long, sunny, clear days build up a thirst and a temperature in these magnificent animals that only a really great mud wallow can solve. This is an interactive show in addition to being live. And so please absolutely feel free to send in your questions and your comments and any observations that you have. We'd absolutely love to hear from you. So please do. And if you don't know how, you just have to visit the WildEarth website and register there following the prompts, and you'll be able to send through any comments that you want. That is an old female, a youngish bull that's just exited the screen on the right. Lots of babies having a proper swim. Isn't it just wonderful? Pretty good weather all around. We've got a bit of a heat wave going on apparently in the central Highveld of the country, and then in the Lowveld, which is where we have some of our other cameras, it is always blisteringly hot this time of the year. So lots of high temperatures expected today. And of course, with the high temperatures with the high and dry temperatures come an increased activity all around these pans, which is really great for us, actually. You can see the little baby there nursing. Top of the screen, trunk folded back over his head, nursing between the front legs on one of two mammary glands. You can even see on this older female in front of us, you can see what one looks like just peeking out between her legs there. She looks like she's busy nursing still at the moment, which is not unusual. Female elephants will continue to have babies every couple of years for their entire lives. She will have many generations of youngsters, all adding to the numbers of elephant here in Madikwe. Now, we do have a weather summary ready for you over the locations we've got cameras in. So here we go. As you can see, a lovely day over most places today, with the exception of some cloudy weather over Skakuza, and Tembe still seems to be in the grips of some or other cold spell. Other than that, we've got 90s and even into the low hundreds. Now, this little Ellie with a stubby tail on the right-hand side, I feel we see quite often here. Same size, same love of the water, especially this portion of the pan off to the right, where there's a relatively deep mud pool and an adjacent sandbank, which these elephants love to frequent. Again, I just am always surprised by how much drinkable water is here. Lenny, you sent in the first comment of the morning. You say, good to have me back. Thank you very much. It's always good to be back on, well, not on screen anymore, but behind this on microphone. So I'm half the puzzle one, and it's great to hear from you. So super chuffed to hear you watching the show this morning. This little Ellie was just chased away from what I'm assuming is the freshwater inlet into the pan. There's a young Ellie kicking up some mud in a pool. Let's see. It looks like he's going to be going in for a swim. Gosh, they can make a proper mess when they're having a shower. Look at how much of the beach behind them is also sprayed wet. Lots of force. And that trunk can be so. Look at the little guy getting his face right into the water. And there we go. You missed the water there, big guy. You need to be in the mud. I tell you. Again, I'm just struck by the fact that we can watch these elephants doing this without bothering them. In my experience, there's just no ways you'd be able to watch this in a vehicle. They'd be too nervous to relax and let go like this. And the babies, particularly the babies, would be tucked up underneath the mom's legs or walking close to brothers and sisters. They wouldn't do what you're watching now. I mean, do you see elephants swimming on game drive? 100%. And then absolutely, you see it all over the place, but not like this, not to the level that we watch at these pans. Not in my experience, at least, anyway. There you go, little guy. You've had your swim? No, not quite finished yet. Wants a slippy slide as well. Oops, too slippery. Boom. What now? What now? What now? Shame, man. Oh, gosh. Tyler, you sent in a comment there that this is very peaceful to watch in your old age, even though we're busy laughing at. And you're not that old, Tyler. You're only 78 years old. It's the new 60, I'm told, or the new 50, I'm told. So I know. But anyway, I get where you're coming from. It is such a great bit of television, actually, is to be able to sit and watch animals doing stuff without us bothering them in any way. There is a sort of peace there because we're at their timetables or we're on their schedule and they've got no rush. They've got nowhere to be, nothing to do, just surviving, managing their temperature, having a swim and being present in the moment. And I mean, just look at these two having the best time. Amazing. His head all the way under the water. It's really cool. And just like that, the message goes out to the rest of the herd members. Swim done. We need to get moving, or we need to get under shade, or we need to be going somewhere else. No, not finished with the swim just yet. These illies, that bull elephant dominating the island. We've seen that on a number of occasions where bull elephants dominate that little island for whatever reason and won't allow other bull elephants anywhere close to it. In this particular case, we've got two bull elephants close by. Let's see how this one's mood is if he allows this one on. No. Off to the bottom right of the screen, we've got this mud pool I was talking about that this little stumpy-tailed elephant enjoys being in. And you can see a number of ellies in this deep pool below some rather steep banks. Watch this ellie sitting down on the edge. And what are you doing? Having a proper butt scratch there on the bank. Marula Shortcake, you'd like to know if I think that these ellies hurt their trunks when they go face down in the wallows. No, I don't actually, Marula Shortcake. And the reason for that is that you often see elephants using their trunks to push over trees, lift up heavy thorny branches. They're often breaking sticks and things with their trunks. That's sort of like 100 kilograms of pure muscle, that. And I think that they could deal with a bit of pushing into a mud bank. So I don't actually. I think that we underestimate how powerful an organ that actually is. On the far right, in the middle of the screen, is that young elephant, that tiny, tiny baby I think we saw the day before yesterday. She's very young. It looks like her first baby. She hasn't come in yet to swim. She's still quite cautious about that.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
In particular, we've seen male elephant vie for dominance over this little island, and I think it's actually got a lot to do with the fact that it offers a height advantage, and therefore some other type of superficial dominance over the elephant swimming in the water, no matter how big they are. And I think the ones on the island enjoy that. Elephants, youngster in the background there. Elephants have been likened to 16-year-old children, and I would imagine that a 16-year-old child would enjoy any sort of dominant male would enjoy any sort of dominance that he can have over a friend of his. And so that's just my attention here. All these big boys wrestling around this pan. I don't think there's any danger to that little calf, but that female is definitely being wary. So nice having so much to look at. I know we look at elephant often at this time of the year, and for some of you it might get a little bit tedious, but I think there's lessons to be learned here. And that, just be present and take in the lovely scenes that we have given to us at this particular time of the year. Very soon the rains will come and the elephants will disperse back into the wilderness. We won't have as many sightings of them doing what they're doing now. Such a great view of these ellies just having a bit of a rough and tumble with that other one almost underwater completely. No danger of any drowning. We're talking about dominance. That is exactly what's going on there. One male elephant trying to dominate his buddy. It's just games preparing them for their lives of competition ahead for mating rights with receptive females. Amazingly enough, that elephant there went completely under the water there for a second. Obviously, they breathe through their trunks, and so no danger of drowning. But that youngster trying to get either into the mud as part of the game or trying to get some water. What are you doing, my guy? This other one just wanted to sit inside the puddle. Oh, boom. That's so cool. I think these two youngsters just want to get in but don't know how to get down the bank. They can make a proper mess of a place. Well, rightly so. The ecological niche that elephants fill is that of terraforming, and they are very capable at doing that, managing these what should be ephemeral pans in the bush, but then also the forest canopy, opening up the canopy by pushing down trees and creating patches of sunlight for other trees to gain an advantage. other seedlings and young trees to gain an advantage. So amazing. But this isn't the only camera we have active today, and one of the benefits of the Live at the Waterhole show is that we have multiple camera feeds from all over the place. So why don't we hop across to Okakoyo and go and see what's happening there? Awesome. We've got Okakoyo. This is a waterhole in Etosha National Park in northern Namibia. And we've got a herd of elephant that have just arrived at the waterhole. Let's see whether they prioritize cooling down or drinking first. I think it would depend on a case by case basis, yeah. But looks like most of them are just trying to cool down. It's over 100 degrees already out there. Today it's only 11 o'clock in the morning. A blisteringly hot day. So no wonder they've opted to cool down first before taking that first, what must feel like blissful draught of water. Yesterday the day before. Sorry, I wasn't on yesterday, but the day before we watched this skirmish line of elephant basically just wade into the panel, standing in a straight line. It was really amazing to see because there were two opposing fronts to it. Basically, one herd of elephant on one side of the pan, another herd on the other. Let's see how deep these elephant go. The two on the right look like they're going to have a proper swim. Not just looking for sediment to cover their heads. There's not much mud available in this part of Etosha. You have to go right to the edge of the salt pans to find these saline seeps, basically springs that well up on the side of the salt pan and that dissolve that calcrete that you see there in the background. And they make these almost cement-like wallows, which these elephants go and coat themselves in, which is really cool. I can imagine having white paint all over your shoulders reflects a large amount of the incoming solar radiation, so cools them down significantly.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
we're not ignoring you guys. I don't want to disrespect them by not paying homage to them, and otherwise they stop coming. But we've got some ellies swimming all the way under in this pan, and that definitely we don't see every day, which is so cool to see now. Let me give you an idea of the sort of scope of this place. While I've been to Okakoya quite a few times, it's always been difficult to try and get an idea from this video how far away that tree line is in the background. It's a significant open area that these animals have to cross. But because of the rocks, they're not really open to being chased by much, unless there were some lions that sort of came up to the pan at night time. It's an incredibly busy waterhole. It's been here for a long time, almost since, well, it's actually a natural spring, so the animals have been coming here forever. As long as the spring's been active. The campsite was put up around the spring, and then this pan was the spring was fortified by borehole water and the spring, making it a fairly large permanent water source, which in an area like Etosha is unbelievable and draws animals in all the time. And if you just look at the procession of animals that come through to these waterholes, now we've got elephant, springbuck, one or two oryx, and a herd of zebra. 20 minutes from now, 30 minutes from now, oh, there's a giraffe coming in at the back. We'll have giraffe and elephant and springbuck and zebra. And that's how it is at this time of the year in Etosha. You literally can't get better game viewing, in my opinion, in a desert environment. Not that I've seen, at least anyway. Are there places to see different things in Africa? Sure, 100%. It's a very, very big, very diverse landscape with many habitats and, of course, many mixes of different animals in it. But Etosha in late September, October is hands down a must see if you're interested in African wildlife spectacles. Just like that, the matriarch of this particular herd has decided that's enough swimming and drinking for now. We've got some food to eat, and off we go. This looks like a young male. He's giving, no, it's a female, giving those oryx a bit of a rev, as we call it. There goes the matriarch. And everyone will follow. Give some chance for the zebra to regroup and move in to what is a bit of a beach. It's a shallow there. These elephant went in for a swim. I don't really see animals going in there for other animals going in there for a swim, at least anyway. But from where those zebra are, definitely you watch any number of animals wade into the water. Here comes a small journey of giraffe. This would be the southern giraffe, not the Maasai giraffe that we see in Kenya at Old Donyo. So nice to see, gosh. Fitting in so well to the landscape here. The dark shadows and the white rocks. Very appealing on the eye. Great picture of what is so typical of an Etosha scene. Stark white animals everywhere. Tree line there in the background. The whole of Etosha isn't like this. You have what is one of the world's largest salt pans off on the right hand side, extending about 100 to 130 kilometers long by 50 kilometers or so wide. Massive area. Fringed by these short saltgrass plains, and then it goes into that scrubby thorn bush like you see there. And in some places in Etosha it's very hilly. Up on the western side of Etosha it's hilly, and then also there's a few hills smaller sort of around the central areas in Etosha as well. A very diverse park. Known for their big black maned lions and their white painted elephant. Look at the couple of birds, as well as the blackbird. very pregnant zebra making their way across the rocks there. Tiger Lily, you want to know if the animal's hard hooves help them walk through the rocks? I would say so. They are in the center of the hoof. It is soft, so they can actually hurt themselves, and they can get infections in their hoof and everything, the same as I suppose domesticated wildlife has or livestock has. But you don't see a lot of animals limping out here, and so that's why I think that absolutely, I think that having a hard hoof is beneficial. It's also sharper and smaller, so you can pick where you put it. Those elephants would have a tough time walking across these rocks, in spite of the fact that their feet are relatively hard and horny, like calloused, I mean. So, yeah, 100% agree with you there, Tiger Lily. Got what looks to be an Egyptian goose, sharing the pan today with a springbuck. Ellie's in the distance, about to blend into the tree line, and then we've got the giraffe, which have finally made their way to the edge of the pan and are now having a drink. And some kudu coming in across the rocks. There's a greater kudu, a herd of females. And I can see that because they don't have horns. Two female giraffe, three female giraffe as well. So all of these are female giraffe as well. Looks like it's a day at the spa for the ladies this morning. Kudu warily approaching the pan in case there's some hidden danger. Beautifully colored oryx with its fringed outline. Looking magnificent in profile. And as we predicted, we have a different mix of animals to what we had 10 minutes ago here. We've got two giraffe. There's a third one around here somewhere. Some kudu that are making their way into the area. Some more oryx. And we've got our springbok having left, or some of which are leaving. And this will generally just rotate through the day, although there's a small breeze blowing at the moment, as you can see, evidenced by the ripples in the water. It's definitely going to be over 100 degrees there now, and will stay this way until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock this afternoon once the sun starts going down. And then it'll be pretty baking there for the rest of the night. And you can actually expect this pan's activity to increase as sunset approaches and passes. At least for this time of the year. Slightly different mix of animals, of course. Some of your nocturnals, hyena, black rhino, lion, leopard, sometimes jackal, all come out to play in the darker times of the day. Some more oryx coming through in the distance, and this oryx wading deep out into the pool. A female oryx. Beautiful horns. Eve, you've asked that during drought, do reserves ever fill natural water sources? Um, so, Eve, yes, there are definitely periods when human intervention. Eve, you've sorry, we had a bit of a glitch in my audio there, so just wanted to answer your question about do reserves um, add to water during drought times? And the answer to that is yes. And it's because animals can't move out of these reserves to find water in drought times or in areas where there's drought. Animals battle to leave the reserves. As big as what these reserves are and as massive as what our perception of them is, they are boundaries. And people live quite up close to those boundaries. And so, in times when water in these reserves is reduced because of drought, you will find water sources augmented, um, and it's really not a problem in the world that we live in today. It's a necessary activity, and is really good for the diversity of the area. You know, holistically speaking, or let's say idealistically speaking, would you like animals to move out of a drought area and migrate to a wetter area? 100%. What that does is it gives any particular area time to recover from drought, and it allows areas with superabundance um, to be grazed and opened up so that their vegetation and their ecosystems are healthier for it. But that's not the world we live in today, unfortunately. We have a very large population of people living all over the place and growing, and that includes villages and pockets of communities on the edges of these once very, very remote wilderness areas. Had some wildebeest come and go, or at least one that I can see. Quite exciting to know what's next going to come out of the bush here, coming down a game path either on the left or the right, or the two quite prominent game paths that are on the opposite end of the dam. Who knows? Tuvalu skies are always such a fantastic blue color when they're free of dust. Here we've got some more kudu coming down on the left hand side, approaching the water's edge now. See if one of them has some horns. Definitely no bull kudu coming down yet, or with these herds. They tend to be on their own at this time of the year. It'll change quite soon. Once the females drop their babies in the beginning of summer, they become almost immediately receptive, within a couple of weeks, um, to being covered by the males. And then you see the males with the females all the time. So the biggest males will be with the females around the end of, I think they go through a bit of a mini rut. It's not quite as dramatic as impala do, but they go through a sort of mini competitive phase, and you often see the most glorious bulls in attendance with the females towards the end of summer. So we may be lucky to see some of these bulls attending their herds of feet coming down to drink at the various water points that we have cameras at in summertime. It's one of the nice things to see during that time of the year. The giraffe have finished drinking now and are moving off, making space for the next crowd. There's Springbuck going for a swim on the right hand side. Kari, you want to know why the giraffe are going off in different directions? Good question. or Kira, sorry, not Kara, Kira. Um, Let me just think about that for a while. You probably find that female giraffe will stick together, relatively speaking. Male giraffe often go off in different directions once they've ascertained what the hormonal status of the mature females in that herd is. So you find male giraffe will go off on their own in sort of random directions, while female giraffe tend to stick together. So in this particular case, these are all three females, and I would imagine that once they've wandered on their own path away from the pan, that they'll all meet up, and you'll be able to see them together for the rest of the day in some area adjacent to the camp or in the surrounds. But they do migrate and move on. They Giraffe are one of those weird things that you see, and you see a super abundance of them, and then all of a sudden you realize you haven't seen giraffe for a long time, and they've moved off. They sort of collectively, as a herd, leave an area for some odd reason, and you see it all over the place. Here, you'll see it in Greater Kruger. You'll see it in Kenya. It's quite a weird phenomenon.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
Almost every female has a baby here. It's amazing to see. Definitely not an aging population of elephants in Madekwe, that's for sure. Oh, a couple of Ellies in that far herd having a swim. The water there is fairly deep. They've excavated a pool for themselves there. You can see that elephant there, almost the whole of its hindquarters is submerged. That one still just super relaxed. It's hardly moved. Janice, you've asked if the herds communicate, or you've wondered why if the herds communicate when they're moving. 100% they do. So elephants, they use infrasound, which is ultra low frequency sound waves that can travel very far through the bush, up to 10 kilometers away is the current understanding. And so elephants would be producing these sounds as they move to and from water, obviously in anticipation of the water, but also to gauge what's around there. What they communicate about is unknown to me, but they definitely do communicate. And then while they're at the water, they also make a vast amount of noise. So from squealing and screaming, which you'd be able to hear in your cameras from time to time, or you'll be able to hear on your computer or television from time to time, um, all the way down to a deep, sort of contented rumble. And everything sort of in a range between that as well. A number of fairly large bull elephant around the freshwater seep here. That's what they're standing in this particular location for, and also why we're not seeing any herds here. These males have sort of pushed everyone out while they dominate the freshwater inlet pipe. See, don't know where to look. There's just so much going on. It's a fairly large bull elephant here at the water, this wet one. And the little baby's stuck there. Look at the one there at the back trying to cross over that rocky area. It's pretty deep there. I thought so. Not gonna venture too deep. Oops. Stuck in the mud a little bit. Mom, ever present. Water cascading down this elephant bull's sides as he sprays himself. Amazing how accurate they can get it over there. That splash over their heads. That Ellie in the top left having a big scratch on the rock that's in the middle of the water. And then this herd on the top right, almost all of them now in the water. So nice to see. Picasso, as usual, you're asking some of the most random questions that I've had being asked in a long time, and thankfully so. But you asked, what functions do an Ellie's toenails have? I would imagine exactly the same function as ours to a degree, in that they provide some measure of traction um, and increased adaptability, but nothing much. You see them using their toenails in the front of their foot to kick out grass and shrubs from time to time at ground level so that they don't pick up too much sand with the rootstock. So they do definitely use their feet to feed with, and their toenails would aid in that. But they don't use their toenails to scratch their bellies or anything like that. That's not what ellies can do, and so they are fairly limited. But you probably find that the toenails were vestigial, just remnants of when elephants had external toes, not encased toes like they have now. So historically speaking, ancestors of the modern day elephant would have had more digits, and those would have had a nail on the edge for similar reasons. Just adaptability, and is a useful tool to have.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
the patience that these animals can display is something that I find quite intriguing as well. It forces a bit of introspection for myself, and we spoke about it a couple of weeks back, but for me, elephants teach me about being a human being, not a human doing. And there's a pace to their lives which at times can be fairly frantic, but also joyful and calm. I just like it. I like what they represent. This big boy, not much coming out of that seep, and so he is relinquishing his position there to another bull elephant to come and see what's going on. See, this youngster is just going to sort of amble in and do his thing. Lots of bull elephant around here. Why is that one reversing? Oh, there's another bull elephant coming in now, so that one's obviously carries a little bit more hierarchy, or higher up the hierarchy. Always such plays within plays within plays with these bull elephant. It's all got to do with hierarchy and dominance. Now he's just chilling with his legs crossed there. Lot more large male elephant than we're accustomed to seeing around Jamala. Usually there's just a lot of herds. But today we have these four big bulls which are playing a significant role in who gets what at the water. Oh, good look at the Ellie herd there in the background under the tree as well. Patiently waiting their turn for whatever. They've all had a bath and it looks like they've all lived. All right, let's leave this herd and go and have a look at a herd that's just arrived at Okakoya. Oh yes, here we go. Lovely to see. So we leave one very large herd of elephant, well, I mean a conglomeration of herds, it's not just one herd, to a similar occurrence. We've had what is probably 2 or 3 herds of elephant here meet up at the Waterhole for a drink and a swim. I think we're going to be treated to another swim like we were a bit earlier, where a number of elephants are going to submerge themselves like this one in the middle. Water is definitely deeper here than it is at Jamala. It gives us this great view of these ellies just having a proper swim. Well done to the cameraman. Very difficult managing a camera precisely, or these cameras precisely from these remote locations, remotely as well. What a lovely view. so nice seeing this. Such a treat here, Etosha, seeing so many elephant busy having such a great bath.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
It's amazing as how quickly, you can get, what was that? If you take each elephant weighing an average of, say, 1.5 tons to make up for the babies and the slightly heavier adults, we had about 30 elephant there. We had a truck-sized amount of elephant, 2 truck-sized, small train almost, of elephant coming down to swim in this pan. And just like that, it's a calm sight again. Not a ripple of evidence to suggest what just happened. Really so cool. Group of elephant moving off in exactly the same direction as the previous herd went. A little bit earlier today when we came to visit the pan, we had another small herd of elephant come down for a swim. It's by far being the largest that we've seen so far today. So nice to see out there. Springbuck with their little white reflective rump patches. Those being deployed on really sunny days like it is today. So springbuck will often stand with those white rumps pointed directly at the sun, offering the least amount of surface area and the most reflective surface area to the direct sun rays. And you'd be surprised at how effective it is in aiding the springbuck's ability to keep cooler on these very hot days. On very cold days, in contrast, like it gets in the winter in these desert environments, the swing between winter and summer is extreme. They heat up by presenting the largest surface area they can to the sun, which is their sides, and that fairly large black stripe then aids in absorbing whatever sun is available at that time and heating them up quicker. The springbuck showing how perfectly adapted to these dry environments they actually are. Similarly, those oryx that you can see entering the screen from the right have got a very similar adaptation on their sides, apart from their broad black stripe enhancing their very impressive lateral sides. They also have a heat soaking ability to help them warm up on extremely cold mornings. See if these oryx come in and have a swim, or whether they're just content to stay on the edges. These cameras have got such a fantastic range, allowing us to get so close to what is actually quite a small antelope. You know, springbuck hardly comes above my knee. They're tiny little things, drifting like so much smoke across these open plains. You often don't get to see such a great close view of them, particularly displaying those highly reflective white rumps, which they can actually flare open. There's a crest of hair that is lying flat at the moment, and it can expose a pouch above their tail as well, which can flare open significantly, aiding that reflectivity. And then also see that dark stripe down the side. Quite good looking antelope, actually. You can see the shadows in the background of whatever animals, not the shadows, the reflections of whatever animals have arrived at the water on that far bank. Actually, those oryx have waded into the water. That's what we're busy seeing coming just into the shot there. Is the legs of that herd of oryx coming into the water. Definitely not submerging as deeply as those elephant did, eh? Right, we've come to that portion of the day where we're luckily going to be joined by a few more camera feeds from all over the place. Our camera feeds from Africam are ready to come online, so we're going to be introducing them quickly, and we'll come straight back to the action as soon as that's done. And just like that, we have Africam Tower Lodge on our video feed at the moment with 4 big bull elephant. So we moved across from Namibia, a couple of 1,000 kilometers east and south, back into South Africa. And we're having a look at some ellies just standing in the distance. I don't quite know what they're doing. They look like they've had their mud bath, except they're just drying in the sun at the moment, having a bit of a suntan. It's a bit of an enigma at the moment. This portion of Tau Pan that we're at the moment is where the large wallow is, where these animals love to wallow. And we might find if we go a little bit wider that we'd see what's keeping these ellies from, I don't know, doing anything. Bull elephant are very rarely so close and so quiet together. It's a bit of a mystery. Even the wildebeest in the background has stopped to see what's going on. So interesting. There's a guinea fowl bottom left, helmeted guinea fowl, dwarfed by the elephant. Even though it's a fairly large bird, about the size of a chicken. Ellie's just standing in the baking sun. There's some impala in the background on that little access road that you can see just above center. One of these elephants having extremely large tusks, although I can say that from experience the tusks are probably at the lip as wide as I am in the waist. So it's just because of their relative size. Can't always get an appreciation for their size. Big Ellies nonetheless. All right, let's give these elephants at Africam Tower Lodge, well, the camera feed at Africam, well, Africam's Tower Lodge camera feed is a more correct way of putting it. Let's give them some time to decide what they're going to be doing with themselves and shoot up to Kenya and go and see what's happening around Old Donya. So 5,000 kilometers away, and this is Africam Old Donya camera feed in the Old Donya Conservancy adjacent to Old Donya Camp. And what we've got on screen is some yellow baboon. This is a troop that is known in this area. The guides have known them in this area. I originally had misidentified this species as being the olive baboon, but was corrected by some on-site feedback from the specialists and the guys with experience on that side. These baboons live in fairly large troops all over this area in Kenya. And what we're looking at here is a couple of youngsters busy drinking from the water and having a bit of a tussle. Gosh. I don't have any audio coming in from the camera, but I could imagine that there was a bit of screaming and chaos going on with that particular little fight and argument. Youngsters playing quite boisterously with each other. We've got another baboon sitting in the shade of that thorn tree in the background. This being on the equator, a much cooler day than one would expect. It sits fairly high up Kenya, and so usually gets into sort of the mid 20s here, not much higher than that. And doesn't get very cold as well because there's a little sort of seasonal swing here being on the equator. The Earth doesn't tilt or isn't at as much of a tilt relative to the sun as you are the further north or south you go. And so you tend to just have a common season with a wet and a dry period. And what we're doing in this part of the season, is coming out of, this part of the year is coming out of extended their long dry season. They have a short and a long dry and a short and a long wet, rather than a winter and a summer and a spring and an autumn. And I see from the bush greening up that it's definitely some rain that has fallen in the area, but as you can see, it hasn't really sparked a grass growth yet. So still in the dry, but getting there. Do you know, you asked what diseases baboons are prone to. Gosh, but really a list as long as my arm. They are prone to any number of diseases, to be honest with you, and often you find them coughing and spluttering. It's not uncommon to see a baboon or two looking under the weather, and for mothers to be nursing infants which are obviously sick and even dead in some cases. And so no, they definitely are susceptible to any number of things, Gino. Like I said, a list literally as long as my arm. But yeah, much the same as everything else out here. In Africa is a tough world. Actually, there's lots of places that are tough. Baboon doing a somersault over his buddy. And that really only the fittest survive. It's tough being the fittest. Interesting to see what the next reset of animals is going to be around Aldonio. It has a reputation for numbers of animals that come down to it, in actual fact. Lots of Maasai giraffe, ring-eared oryx, Patterson's eland, lots of really enormous bull elephants. From time to time, this troop of yellow baboon that we see, and even a pair, there you go, there's a Maasai giraffe, and even a pair of secretary birds. And we even once for a couple of days had a beehive that nested up somewhere close to the camera. And baboons I see are still around here. I don't think causing this giraffe any concern. It's a bull giraffe, and you can just see from very robust horns that he has that they're definitely not dainty affairs. They're not really true horns either. A giraffe are born with those horns called ossicones, and they're lying flat against their head. They then stand up over the course of a few days, and then over the course of the giraffe's life just calcify against the skull, turning into these really bony protrusions that they use to swing at one another when there's two males of a same size, all vying for the attentions of the ladies.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Seems to be some minor disturbance off on the left-hand side of the screen. Keeping their eyes open there. Could be more animals approaching. Love the way giraffe make water look like the most delicious thing they've ever tasted in their life. This female on the far right, she seems a little bit nervous to be going down. Could be because it's unsure footing. Maybe there's something making a noise close by or approaching close by. The 2 males, they don't seem to be suffering from the same issue. Not very many oxpeckers today in the lead-up. Oxpeckers being a type of bird that's associated with herbivores. Nina, you've asked an interesting question. Does one of the other giraffe always have to keep watch while the other are drinking? Gosh, Nina, I don't think they do it subconsciously. I think it's just safe for them to do. So one will have its head up and the other one will drink. And then I don't think they're like, okay, it's your turn. You can go and drink. I'll keep watch. But there definitely seems to be some pattern. I think in today's particular sense, at this sighting right now, I think a large a large portion of this giraffe's distraction um, was coming from that troop of baboon that's in the area, and you probably find that their antiques are keeping them observant. But in general, Nina, it's always good to have someone's head up while the other one is drinking, and it's one of the reasons why, particularly large herds of animals, the most relaxed individuals in of the animals, in other words, the less vigilant, are the ones in the center of the herd, because those animals on the outskirts are the ones that provide the security. And you find that across the animal kingdom. You find that with springbuck, oryx, impala, kudu, buffalo, elephant, and so I would say giraffe. It's extended to giraffe as well. Great question there, Nina. So from time to time, what happens is we have gremlins popping into our system, and it's all completely normal. We bring you live, high quality video from some of the most remote places on Earth, and you'd excuse us the odd hiccup. We've got a team of engineers and technicians, super skilled people that are on top of it, and so we'll have them back as soon as we're able to. In the meantime, we've come from Kenya across a continent, so from East Africa all the way over to Southwest Africa, into Namibia and into Etosha National Park at Okakoyo. And I see the wind has picked up. It's ruffling the center of the pan, and we've got some oryx which have waded out into the water to have a drink, which is really nice to see. Any more wind would kick up a lot of dust into the atmosphere, and depending on where the wind is blowing from, it can actually obscure that blue sky and large portions of the tree cover that you can see in the background. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, the dust was so intense we could hardly see the trees in the background. Today, though, we've been lucky. But if the wind picks up any more, that will change, and tomorrow you might find a different sky. Oryx now finishing with their drink, moving back off, probably to the shade. They tend to feed in the cooler parts of the day and are very specific grass eaters, similar to these springbuck. Grazers rather than browsers. Although the oryx will also eat the tsama melon, which you find in the very dry parts of the world as well. So vegetables as well. I feel like I could do with a lot of vegetables actually. Alrighty, so why don't we go and have a look at what those four elephants were doing at Tau while we wait for Okakwea to reset. So, what I can say is that the elephant at the African Tower Lodge camera feed have evaporated. So we've lost 20 tons of animal for now. It's actually just because there's a bit of a delay on the camera. It's really difficult to manage these cameras. And so, and so there we've got our elephant back. And look at what they're doing. They've now entered this epic wallow that we have at Tau Lodge. The elephants maintain this wallow. And in fact, where this elephant is busy resting now, it's the deepest part of this wallow. And I reckon that that wallow is easily 7 foot deep, or was at least 2 days ago. And you can see that it's shallower than it was. The belly of the elephant is not clear of water. It's still, I mean, you'd battle to keep your head above water in most cases. I mean, it's just, they've created this. It wasn't here. It's extended food. You'll probably find over the summer season that if we're lucky, it'll keep on. It'll get filled by this wash that you see coming in through the screen at the back. And then it'll fill from here. And this season will just be already made. But in most cases, these wallows dry up. And so I can't predict what will happen here. It's going to be an interesting thing to see over the summer period and then going into next year's dry season. It's really cool to see time. Super relaxed, these elephants, just sort of standing. I don't know what they're doing. Chilling. Jungle Jim, do the older Ellies keep the younger Ellies away from the deeper ends of the pan? Cool question. I think that these older elephants definitely exclude the younger elephants from joining in the pan when they're in it. So they definitely, you don't see older elephants and younger elephants sort of mud bathing at the same time in the same confined spaces. But I'm assuming, if I'm correct in assuming what you're asking, is there some sort of security that the older elephants give to the younger ones by keeping them out of the dangerous parts of the pan? That's another great. If it is what you meaning, it's another great question because older elephants will help younger elephants in distress. Absolutely, including male elephants. So male elephants are not so aloof and so detached that they don't provide that type of security to the youngsters. Um, but they won't specifically exclude babies from coming in to danger. So they'll help if the elephant is in distress, but I don't think they'll stop it from, you know, putting itself into a dangerous position. Really cool question, that Jungle Jim. So yeah, I don't actually know the answer to that question, but that is my professional opinion based on my observations, obviously.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Answer to your question played out for you in real time right now. The wonders of live is you don't really know what's going on. You'd almost think that they've scripted for you. So as we can see, these bull elephant not taking much care to dissuade these youngsters from doing their thing. Hang on, wait, maybe we are. A little baby getting his butt full of mud. Are you going to go for a swim? No? Are you going to be allowed to go for a swim or reprimanded for even thinking about it? Let's see, this one's getting in. Putting her head down, looking at the mud. What are you doing? Just get into the water. No, these bull elephant have decided, no, I'm not having any part of this, I'm off. Oh, there we go. There's the herd in the adjacent, much shallower wallow. I don't know what this little one's doing here. Get into the mud. It's trying to get some warthog. Yeah, there he goes. There's that one climbing down the bank on the far side. Probably just stay in the shallower parts. Tusking the bank. They terraform these pans into these steep-sided banks using their tusks and their heads, and then compact it like you're watching there. It's almost like they, they're not doing it consciously. This is how they do it. But it's interesting to see how they form these steep-walled, deep pools. Some impala in the background, Egyptian goose, one in the water and one a partner standing on the right hand side, and then we've got a blacksmith lapwing just on the edge in the far left, and that warthog that looks like it's going to get into the mud here around the elephants as well. They're always quite comical to watch, to be honest with you. I quite enjoy them. There it goes down. And then often they find a scratching post and funnily give themselves scratches as well. So no one in the swimming pool anymore, sadly so. There the little warthog is, you can see they're getting all the mud in. Yeah, there you go. Eat, eat, eat. Gotta love it. Ellie's coming back. Are you going to get back into the wallow, or are you going to sit there and play on the outside again? Right, we had some picture breakup, and so we needed to jump across without much warning. So sorry about that, but we've now jumped from Tau, a couple of kilometers away, to Madikwe. To Jamala in Madikwe still. So we're in the same game reserve, but at a different band, slightly different part of the game reserve. And what we have here is a tiny elephant and a fairly large bull elephant on the water's edge on the far left-hand side of the pan. In a moment, I'm sure we'll see how many other things are around the pan. This particular camera's location is set very high up, and it gives us a great bird's eye view of the area and all the sides of the pan, which is lovely to see, actually. Many, many elephants around. These illies on the right hand side, there's a bit of a hole there, and so you could see them just sort of plop into that, make the most of it. And now there's that rock, which ends up being the best loofah around. Always swim and then rub themselves. I think there's going to be much of that rock left in it. 10 years from now, it's going to just be this little stump. What's this big boy going to do? He's also plastered completely white with mud. This other elephant just having a stand in the mud and a relax. So the big bull creates some chaos there on the far end. Two huge bulls at the moment. There's been a couple of big bulls around this pan today. 4, in fact. I think it's the same 4 that have been here for hours. And they're just interacting with the herds. So nice to see. I think that these bulls, apart from just staying, well, I don't know how hydrated they're staying around this muddy pool, but apart from staying hydrated and cool, they've got all these elephant herds moving toward them, and so they don't need to quest anywhere for these herds. Herds are coming in; they can check sort of hormonal status and availability of breeding females quite easily. Hard to say if any of these bulls are in must, but they're all fairly mature bulls, and so I would imagine that an opportunity like this is not to be missed. Hence why I think they're sticking around the pan for as long as they have been. It's an interesting phenomenon. And then you got this one in the middle just chilling, and it has been doing for 5 minutes or so. These elephants have had a proper plaster of mud. And just like how we were chatting about the Tosha elephants plastering themselves white, I wonder if this sort of lightish, we see that this many elephant around Jamala because they have this white sediment at the bottom, and it adds this reflectivity which you wouldn't find otherwise. I mean, elephants wouldn't be cognizantly aware of it, but this mud pool could be remembered as being better than others because of it. I mean, I'm just throwing things into the air here. I don't know. Just making random hypothesis here. Definitely something that is interesting me. But unfortunately, my time today is coming to an end with you. It doesn't mean that the show is stopping, not by any means. One of my colleagues is going to be taking over from me now and taking you through the rest of the show, all the way to 3 o'clock this afternoon, Central African time. So it's just me saying goodbye to you. You're going to carry on with the show. But it's been a pleasure spending the morning with you. Absolutely. Enjoyed knowing you were all out there. And for those of you who are sending in your comments and questions, thank you again. It's really, really epic. So without further ado, I'm going to stop droning on in your ears, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow morning.
Steph. It is good to be back with everyone this afternoon, and welcome to the second half of Live at the Waterhole today. My name is Amy, and I will be with you all the way until the very end of the show at 3 p.m. Before we head into the sunset safari. Um, that will happen directly after this. But another Ellie filled day. This is absolutely wonderful. I've just been watching while Steph was finishing off, and the sounds here at Jamala have been fantastic. Just a reminder to all the viewers once again that this is a live and interactive show, so please do ask your questions or send through comments. Yeah, I'd love to chat to you. We appreciate our viewers so much, and one of the amazing things about the shows that we do is that it is interactive. And yeah, let's chat, let's discuss, or just share your thoughts with me. I'd love to hear from you all. hi, Starbuck. Good question to start the day off. You want to know if between these four males, only one would have breeding rights? Uh, y- I want to say yes to that question, although in the bush there's very little that rules that can't be broken. But definitely there would be in the time when there is a female to mate with one bull that is dominant over the others, and that is when we see those interactions between bulls, those quite serious fights. If there are two that are quite evenly matched, similar age, similar size, similar strength, and then they will fight it out to determine who is the most dominant between them, and who then reserves the right for mating with the females. The bulls can, of course, move away from one another. It is not as though, for example, if one is struggling to become dominant, and they elephant bulls, of course, go into must, which is their own heightened state of testosterone, and that is also them, needing, and their body telling them that it's time to mate with a female. And if a male is feeling like they in a particular area are not being able to act on that because of another dominant male, and if the reserve is, of course, large enough, they can move out of the area to find a herd that perhaps hasn't is in a different area that doesn't have a sort of dominant bull. But the thing is with elephants, because they don't have territories, they move around wherever they want to, although they do have what's called a home range, and that is basically an area where the elephants regularly are moving in. So there would be sources of water, sources of good feeding and grazing, and that sort of thing. But those home ranges can be massive, depending on the number of elephants in the reserve and, of course, the resources available to them. So in that case, to be able to say, okay, well, there's a dominant bull here, let me go be the dominant bull somewhere else. They may very well overlap in that time, but that doesn't mean that there's a chance that one of these bulls may come across a female in estrus that's ready to mate with and be able to take advantage of that, even if they're not necessarily the dominant bull of that area. Although it's more likely that the biggest and the strongest, of course, would mate, and that has to do with passing on the best genetics and all these ways that nature has ensured that the best genes are passed on within not only herds but prides, um, amongst the different species of animals. But thanks, Starbuck. That's a great question to get us started this afternoon.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
looks like one of the tiniest ones has just decided to have a bit of a dust bath on the other bank of the waterhole. It's getting up now, but that is absolutely adorable. Well, this waterhole is definitely keeping us entertained. There's always just so much to look at when we look at elephants. There's a small little family group here on the right hand side with some little ones that have just been watching that small one still trying to work out what to do with its trunk, and it's just so funny. You can also see some zebras walking around, but with all these elephants, I don't know if they're going to get a gap in at this waterhole today. Hi, Lola. That is a very interesting question. I have actually never thought about that, whether the fish inside the water holes benefit from the elephant dung. Generally, when dung gets put back, dung is essentially digested grass and plant matter from not only elephants but hippos, buffaloes, rhinos, especially actually hippos. There's a lot that defecate in the water very, very often. And so, sorry, there was a little elephant on the right hand side between the big ones. It was just like sticking its face straight into the mud. Anyway, sorry, distractions. Um, and and so because that so much of that grass is put back into the water, I don't know if it provides any direct benefit in terms of the fish actually like eating it. Um, but I suppose in some ways it's putting um, some sort of nutrients back into the water. But Lola, let me look that up and just see if there's any sort of scientific study, because I think that's the only way we can make assumptions as to what may be the case. But if the fish actually benefit from that, that is a great question. I will get back to you on that, Lola. All right, Lola, I'm coming back to you. I've managed to find some information, and what I actually said, my sort of instinct with it, in that it does actually provide nutrients back into the water, is correct. So, as you can imagine, with specifically with the hippo, I think mostly out of all the big animals, and of course elephants to an extent, we saw that hippo dung floating. I mean, hippo dung, elephant dung floating in the water at Tau Lodge yesterday. And of course, that will eventually break down. And not only does it provide nutrients in the water for the fish to be able to absorb, but also things like apparently with dragonflies that lay their larvae or feed, that feed on things like hippo dung and things like that. So it's very interesting. But yes, it is, even we know how important dung is for the likes of something like a dung beetle and how important that cycle is. But it's the same for water holes and fish, and the fact that these animals do poop in the water is not wasted and does actually form part of the ecosystem, and providing actually um, nutrition that perhaps would otherwise not be in the water, of course, because the grass grows on the land, and then that being deposited into the water, which then adds that nutrition into the water hole. Thanks, Lola. That's a great question. we have another little one coming down towards the water. Actually, it might be trying to suckle there for a little bit just behind mom, but otherwise more young males splashing themselves with mud. It's an endless source of entertainment, elephants at a waterhole. I do hope one of those small ones comes right into the water. That would be fantastic. That little one there is drinking from mom, which is very sweet as well, just to watch them suckling. And suckling is an important part of an elephant's life. They do it for a much longer, extended period than most other animals. And it starts, of course, once the baby is born, but can go on for till about 5, even 6 years old. Um, Young elephants will still try and get some milk from mom, but by that stage, they're really just being greedy. And often mom will, she would be pregnant or already have a second calf, and so when that happens, that's sort of the cutoff point, and mom will no longer allow the older calf to suckle from her, because now her milk production needs to be aimed at the next calf. And so we often hear some serious squealing from the little ones when mom is saying no more milk. And that's often what we hear when we're out in the bush, is one of the younger ones actually getting upset because they're being told no. You cannot have any more milk.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
There just seems to be an absolute endless supply of elephants coming towards this waterhole. I mean, there's one approaching there, just sort of central left, and that game path that it's walking on is so well used. Just when you think that all the elephants have arrived, there's always one more on its way. Yes, Tony, absolutely. We have hit the jackpot on the Ellies, and we are very lucky to be able to see so many here having a ball, it looks like. I mean, the ones that have just got down to the water, there's some very little ones there on the right hand side, all having a awesome splash bath. Some drinking, some resting, little ones feeding. Just pick a spot and you'll see something that's awesome to look at. Thanks, Tony. I'm so glad that you're watching with us. We really do appreciate you joining us at Live at the Waterhole. All right. Well, we are going to leave these Ellies here at Jamala, but I am very sure they are not going anywhere, and we can always come back a little bit later in the show. But apparently, there are some zebras coming down to Old Donyo, so why don't we head over to Kenya and see if we can see them there? Well, that was a brief view. There were definitely zebras at the waterhole. I do apologize for that, everyone, but it did cut out. And so we are back here at Jamala with these elephants, which I'm not complaining about. This is fantastic. There's one having a full on mud bath there on the right. Look like he's having a marvelous time. Some others are also now heading towards the water. Oh, look at that tiny one coming. I'm sure it is so excited. I feel like when elephants approach water or know they're going to the water, they do get a little bit of a spring in their step. That one has looks like it's completely disappeared. That's how deep within the water, and also because the water is this gray muddy color, the elephant just completely camouflages, blends into the water. There we go. It's going to dip its head back underneath again. Just see a little trunk sticking out, making sure that it can breathe. Looks like two of these little babies, very similar size, are also playing a little bit. Look at that, it's jumping on its back. That's amazing. I wonder if this other elephant is slightly concerned of the one in the water and is sort of just checking on it to make sure it's okay. Or if it's considering joining the party. Perhaps he's trying to convince his buddy to come and join him. He's like, come on, this is great. I want to play. Yes, Jonah, exactly. It is like his wingman giving him some support there. There is another one approaching, so I'm not sure. That one's a lot smaller. So it'll be interesting to see what the interaction is like now between that much smaller elephant to his bigger or its bigger cousins. we are able to watch elephants play and interact, it's incredible sometimes to see how the older elephants monitor the situation, even though you may not think so. I have seen when there has been a group of younger elephants playing, and especially if there's one that is still quite young, and they sort of tumble on top of each other and splash each other with mud and um, bump foreheads a little bit. And immediately, if one of the mothers, the older elephants, feels that the younger calf is maybe in danger of being hurt, there's an immediate communication. And sometimes that mother will even come and intervene and put her trunk around the baby to pull it away, so that it doesn't get hurt. So it's incredible, we always talk about elephants and their family bonds and how uh, amazing mothers they are. But to actually see something like that happen, it just reminds you of actually, that it's true. It really is something that they do take very seriously, is protecting their little ones. But sure, what an incredible scene. It's actually so nice to just zoom out and be able to take in the whole waterhole and everything that's going on here. But it's definitely waterhole time, the place to be. Hi, Minamu. Thank you for your question. That is actually great. I can check it out. Do you think that animals have noticed the reflection in the water? Well, I think so. I think definitely when it comes to birds. I'm not can't think of right now a particular instance where a mammal like an elephant or something like that has noticed their reflection and reacted to it. But with birds, oh my goodness, like I've seen them, even their reflection on glass, for example, a glass door, when a bird walks up to it and starts reacting, thinking that there's a challenger um, within the reflection of a glass door. And I assume it could possibly be similar with something like water. If it was very, very still though, and a perfect reflection. So generally because of wind or even in a river or something like that, you don't get that perfect reflection, which looks exactly like another one of their kind. But in a straight glass door or something that can reflect them to themselves, I definitely see birds react.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
But this is just fantastic to watch. I think this must be a mom and baby here in the water. Well done, little one. Oh, oh, don't fall now. Well, it looks as though there's a bit of a general movement from left to right for the elephant. So we'll see if there's been some a decision of sorts to move off slightly, and that would have been communicated to them by their relative matriarchs. So within a group of elephants this size, we wouldn't they wouldn't all live together as one herd. You would have smaller groups that make up a larger herd like this, and each would have their own um, female leader. And so often that they communicate then to move off together or to say, okay, that's enough, we need to move out, or let's make space for the next group that wants to come to the spot. And so that is how elephant is a part of elephant location works. Hi, Kenneth. That is the question that I ask myself all the time, and I think it's part of what makes me love them so much, is because they are so graceful when you see them walking in the bush and they move so quietly and beautifully through the trees and down to the water and they drink so gracefully. But then they can be so clumsy and fall into the water and slip and slide and take a tumble or something like that, which is almost out of character. And how can that be? I honestly don't know. It's the way they are, and it's part of, I think, what gives them so much charisma and character, and why, as humans, we connect with them so much because they're not just, they don't fit in a box. They actually can also have their own personalities and they can be graceful, but then at the same time, very clumsy and hilarious, which is part of why I love them so much. I suppose we all have our strengths, right? There are things that elephants are very good at doing, and then sometimes because of their size, they just are a little bit more clumsy with doing some of the other things that they may need to do, like getting out of slippery water holes. All right, everybody. Well, it has been great to be at Jamala for a little bit, and I'm sure we will be back here soon. But let's go see what's happening at one of our other locations, also in Madikwe at Cow Lodge. Right, so a little bit more of a quieter scene here, but still one elephant, and I'm sure some more may be around as well. They are also, they come and go from this waterhole as well throughout the afternoon. There's some zebras, one drinking, and a warthog feeding quite close to us here as well. There are actually some more warthogs running towards the waterhole. They camouflage so well into this dirt that you can just see like moving pieces of rock as they approach. I think this warthog is very clever to be feeding here at this very green, beautiful grass. Oh, there's some wildebeest coming down as well. That's lovely. Oh, those warthogs are now having a mud bath a little bit further up. They're so well camouflaged, it's difficult to spot them. There is still one that is enjoying. Oh, it's also getting up now, but they are now fully ready to head off into the sunshine and pull down those warthogs. They are well coated. I don't think there's an inch of them that isn't absolutely covered with mud.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
does look like some elephants have come a bit closer to the water, perhaps just one. I do see some in the background. Maybe they'll make their way this way a little bit later on. But we are on the side of this waterhole where the elephants do enjoy getting nice and muddy, particularly going for a bit of a mud swim. So we'll see if we're able to see any of that um, this afternoon here. It's always fun to watch, especially the big bulls. They are just these massive elephants, um, and they really do sometimes act far younger than their age. Hi, Jay Cool Spirit. You say that the elephants really are your favorite. Oh, I totally agree with you. There's something special about there, isn't there, Jay? Just the way that they are, things that we can learn from them, the way they interact with one another, the little ones, the big ones. Um, they really are. They really are something special that we get to see out here on safari, and even at the waterhole. On this show in particular, we get to spend time with them, which is one of the things that we don't often have in abundance, and I think is marvelous about this show is that we get to spend extended periods without the animals feeling like anything's watching them. And it's sort of this look behind the curtain, as it were, into these animals' lives, which is absolutely wonderful. Ooh, this one's taking the plunge. I felt like she was a little bit hesitant at first, sort of approached very cautiously, feeling around with her trunk, and now's decided to actually move into the water. So we'll see what she decides to do, if she's going to go for a full on mud bath or is it just going to be a few splashes. Yesterday we mentioned about elephants resting, and we can see here behind the one that is currently, I'm not sure, deciding what she wants to do with the mud. There's an elephant that's resting. So have a look at that trunk. The very tip is on the ground. The back left leg is sort of leaning against the other hind leg. A flap of the ear every now and again, but not actually busy doing anything in terms of feeding or drinking or mud wallowing. Just taking the chance to let the brain activity reduce and some time to just have a rest. Oh. All right, everybody. Well, while these elephants are coming down to start splashing themselves with mud, we're going to quickly head over to El Doño to see what's there. Well, this is awesome. It is a secretary bird that has come to drink. Hopefully the feed holds out for us, but this is fantastic, everyone. This is my second time seeing secretary bird at Old Doño. There was a pair the last time, so just the one today's come down to drink. May very well be the same bird that we've seen before. They do often, especially at this time of year, they are nesting. Therefore, tend to stick within a particular area. It looks like a beautiful day here in Kenya as well. We can just see how pretty those clouds are. And then this beautiful bird drinking at the water. Wow, everyone, have a look at that. Not something you see every day. Absolutely beautiful.
of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Well, this is a real treat, everybody. It's been a while since I've been able to come back to Old Donyo, and I'm so glad that the feed is stable enough for us to be here and watch these zebras. This is beautiful. Well, that was fantastic, everybody. I'm sure that you all enjoyed it at home. But the zebras have decided to move off, and so we are going to head back over to South Africa to Tau Lodge. Well, the Ellies are right where we left them, which is great news. I think this is still the same one that made its way into the water earlier and still hasn't quite committed to a full mud bath. It's sort of been, oh wow, well, there is one that has committed to a full on mud bath. so full of mud, it's actually glistening in the sunlight. It is actually amazing how things change. I mean, just in that time, we've had a huge amount of elephants walk off in the background into the bush. We've had a lot more wildebeest come down. We've got an elephant having a whale of a time here in the mud. This looks like a spur-winged goose actually right in front, which is a new species of waterbird for me at this waterhole. Hi, Gina. You are saying that it is interesting to note the difference between the consistency or texture of the mud towel versus Jamala. And yeah, I suppose it's interesting that you've taken note of that and something that I'll look at more closely um, going forward because you're right. I think there is a sort of a slight difference just based, of course, on the soil that is in the ground, and so the texture, therefore, of the mud is different. It also may depend on water levels in terms of in this sort of area, there's a more sort of like a muddy patch, whereas at Jamala, it's almost water and mud, not so much sludge that we get here. And so that's an interesting note, Gina Boo. Thank you for your comment. All right. Well, speaking of their mud, I think why don't we go over to Jamala and take a look at their soil and let's see if we can note any differences. Gina Boo, what I do notice here, especially on the outskirts of this waterhole, sort of where, between the sort of the bank and the water, is a much redder soil around. And it's actually interesting now that I'm thinking of it. Sometimes we do see elephants here with that reddish tinge on them because of the dust that they throw on themselves. And I don't think I've seen noted that at Tau Lodge. I do believe that the two lodges are a distance away from each other. And so here we've obviously got a little bit more of the reddish color in the soil. And then that side is a lot more grey brown. But in terms of the actual water, very much the same color and the same basic um, makeup probably within the soil. But like I was saying, there's a lot more sludge at Tau, a lot more areas that are just thick mud rather than water. So I do think that also has to do with the topography and the geography of the area. I don't know if you agree with me, Gina, but I feel like this mud may be slipperier in some ways, maybe more of a finer consistency than what we see on the edges of Tau. Well, that was great to come hop on over back to Jamala just to have a check in at what's happening here. But apparently there are some warthogs at town that are worth having a look at. So let's head over there. Oh, sweet, everybody. This is fantastic. Looks like a mom and 3 piglets that have cottoned onto the very soft green grass that is growing here and have decided they will brace the mud in order to have a delicious meal. There is a little 3-banded plover that is also pecking away in the mud just on the left-hand side of them. And another one just in front of them as well. Hi, Tembi. Thank you so much for asking your question. You want to know if the mud that they put on themselves when they mud wallow hardens and how they get it off. And yes, Tembi, that's actually exactly why they do it. Well, one of the reasons why they do it. Um, so what happens is that when that mud hardens and sort of cakes on them, and the sun, of course, hardens the mud, then what they do is they find something called a rubbing post. And that can be anything really, as long as it's sturdy, and which they can come and rub up against. So it can be a nearby pole, a nearby log, an old tree, anything really that could work for them. And what they do is then they take their bodies against that, and it rubs off that hardened mud. And together with the mud comes off other things like ticks and parasites that actually get suffocated in the mud. So Tembi, that is what the animals do. So it's not like they can take it off themselves. They actually need to rub up against something solid, and that is how they get it off. Occasionally, they may use each other, which is quite funny sometimes, but very possible. but most of the time, um, there's a nearby spot that they'll use, whether it's a fallen over tree or a living tree that's got a tree trunk, um, a bush of sorts, anything really that they will um, use to give themselves a bit of a scratch and to rub off that hardened mud. The mud doesn't always harden, especially when they're just having a bit of a mud bath in very sloshy, muddy water rather than mud. It's more just to cool themselves down. They might have a rub after that just to scratch an itch, but it's not, we typically actually see it a lot with buffalo. They will come for a really good mud bath and go off and just lie in the sun or wherever. And that mud then really cakes on their back, like it becomes almost a second layer of skin. That's how thick it is. And then they will go and rub that off. And when that comes off, it's had enough time to sit on the body to dry. And then when it rubs off, it's almost like pulling off a bandage, if you can imagine that, because it's stuck so hard to the body that when it's actually pulled off of the skin together with it, you may even get some hairs that come off with that bit of mud. Hi, Penelope. Absolutely. I agree with you. They just look happy, don't they? They look like they can't get the food in fast enough. It looks like mom decided to go have a bit of a mud bath as we were just all talking about getting themselves caked in mud. She decided that now was the time. The three little ones are happily feeding. You can take her chance to go to the spa. Hi, Mr. H. Thank you for your comment. And yes, I suppose it is the rainy season is here. It's time for that sort of thing to happen. But at least the crocs have nice water. Absolutely, um, they really do enjoy this water hole. We did spot them yesterday. They're usually around further on the left hand side are the crocodiles. Crocodiles are lucky though. They're one of the animals that are actually able to, um, it should, for whatever reason, this particular waterhole dry up, they are able to move and also survive in smaller bits of water. Um, so they are lucky in that way, similar to hippos as well. But obviously, eventually, if everything does dry up, they won't survive. They will need water to to survive, and of course, find food. Most of which is actually catfish, which are bottom feeders. They'll be right at the bottom of the water holes or pans or dams, rivers. Um, Otherwise, actually can bury themselves in the mud. And that's how they survive through some of the very dry seasons. Things like catfish, we always wonder, well, if this pool was dry like a few months ago, how come now that it's rainy, the fish are here? Where did they come from? They don't have legs, they can't walk. Although catfish can hop, hop across from one pool to the next or something like that over a shorter distance, but they can't travel for kilometers. Um, and so once those rains then come and fill up the pan, the catfish can emerge from the ground and or from the mud below. So they're amazing, amazing animals as well. Are catfish. They can adapt to be able to survive in quite harsh conditions. I love how this warthog on the left is taking comfort eating to another level. It's literally having a sit in the mud and able to eat at the same time. As these warthogs are moving off, perhaps we can have a look um, towards the left-hand side of the waterhole, see if we can see those crocodiles. That's always interesting um, to have a look at. And then the grey heron, which we usually spot. And that bird, as well as the crocodiles, have an interesting relationship. So maybe today we'll be able to see them interact. We are going to be moving the camera soon, everyone. There's just a slight delay, so bear with us, but still lovely to have seen those warthogs feeding very excitedly. I'm sure maybe mom has moved off, and so they decided that they needed to keep up with her. They are still young after all. We can see two what we call cattle egrets there, right at the top of the screen, those white birds. There's a few different species of egret that we do get, but this one in particular has a bit of that orangey, tawny hue around the head and the chest, which tells me that it is one of the cattle egrets, and they often hang around some of the herbivores, um, following them. Just it's actually similar to that of a fork-tailed drongo, where as the animal walks, so it disturbs around it, and these birds then eat the insects or things that are disturbed within the grass or even within the water sometimes.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
It almost looks as though this Egyptian goose is a statue. That is how still it's standing. I thought my screen had frozen for a second. So as we watch this little plover here walking through the water um, around these aquatic plants, and you just see its head going down every now and again, and it's feeding on tiny little what we call aquatic invertebrates. So all sorts of um, little maybe flying insects or water insects or things like that that perhaps we can't even see, but for a plover it makes quite a scrumptious meal. Alrighty, everyone. Well, it has quietened down here at Tau. Hopefully, we can come back just now to see if the crocodiles are around. But while we wait for that, let's head over to Juma to see our nesting lapwing. There it is, keeping its eggs nice and warm today. Hi, Alana. That is a very interesting question. You want to know if the eggs are going to hatch quicker in warmer weather conditions. Ah, Alana, that is something that I'm going to have to check for you because I am not sure. Logic says, right, if it's warmer, that it will go faster. However, birds lay their eggs at very specific times of year. So on average, you would be having, the summertime that we are in currently does have specific average temperatures, and it's, you know, part, it's almost cyclical in that way. So every time these birds do lay eggs, they experience a very similar average temperature, but so therefore the incubation time, etc., is the same. And so that's why it's been able to be scientifically monitored, and we can read up what the incubation period for a specific species is. Um, so whether there's been recordings of a specifically very hot year where the eggs experience much higher than normal temperature, whether there was a faster or quicker hatching period recorded for that, I will have to check that for you, Alana. All right, Alana, I have gotten out my bird um, book here. And so, specifically for the blacksmith lapwing, in terms of incubation, it actually explains it quite nicely. I don't know if this is going to answer your question exactly, but it does maybe provide some further insight to help explain. So, what these birds do is that they, both the male and female, will sit on the nest. They take turns, of course, so that the partner can go off and feed um, in between. And so they usually sit between 20 to 80 minutes at a time. And then they change over during that. Um, and they say that they continuously incubate on colder mornings because obviously the eggs need to be kept warm. Whereas as it heats up in the day, there's no need for them to sit on the nest. So therefore, the sun does their job for them. And so I think because of that, they know that um, that's why there's a consistent timing in terms of the eggs hatching. They do say that it varies. They are incubated for 26 to 33 days. So there is already a variation with that. And I'm sure that does have to do with temperature over that period. But on average, they're able to maintain a particularly warm temperature. And actually, I've actually seen blacksmith lapwings do this where they shade their eggs. So at first, you think that they're sitting on them, but especially in the heat of the day, and maybe when temperatures are going into the very high 30 degrees Celsius, into maybe even 40 degrees, they actually provide shade for the eggs so they don't overheat. And what happens then is they just stand above, so they're not actually touching the eggs, and they take the brunt of the heat on their bodies so that their eggs are shaded. And so I think all these factors working together mean that yes, there is a variation in incubation timing at 26 to 33 days. And I think what influences that may very well be temperature on average. But the birds do their best to make sure that it's neither too hot nor too cold for the eggs. They even say that the lapwings, as well as other birds I've seen do this, where they go to the water, they actually wet their bellies and then come back and put that water on the eggs to cool them down so that they don't get too hot. So thanks, Alana. That was very interesting. And now I've also got a little bit more insight into the whole temperature and incubation side of things. All right. Well, while our blacksmith lapwing continues to sit on its nest, we are going to head over to O'Donnell. And there we go. We have an elephant and a giraffe that's come to drink, everyone. This is wonderful. Oh, shame that giraffe got such a fright. Oh, well, that was lovely while it lasted. I'm hoping that giraffe may decide to walk back slowly. I think it wasn't quite done when that elephant shook its head. Shame. And of course, giraffes being as cautious and sensitive at the water as they are not going to stick around if a massive elephant bull shakes its head at you. I mean, I wouldn't stick around either, to be honest. But even just watching the scenery here in Kenya is so beautiful. Some lovely fluffy clouds like marshmallows in the sky. And we've had a few animals that have come to the water, including that secretary bird, which was a real treat, everyone. Okay, well, while we wait to see what else comes here to Ogonyo, we are going to head back over to Tau Lodge. All right, well, our elephant mud spa is back in action, everyone. We've got a little one enjoying itself there.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Hi, Clara. I agree with you absolutely. Eddies always do look like they are having the best time, living their best lives. And how could you not? I mean, when there's water, there's lovely mud, there's plenty of um, delicious food. There's really everything you could want in the life of an Ellie. So, Mom, it's not here for the grass, but rather some of the fresher water, which does make sense. Where they were earlier by the mud is quite muddy, and so the water may not be that fresh and clean. So maybe over here, where there isn't too much mud wallowing taking place, they are able to get a nice clean drink of water. Hi, Jilly. Thank you so much for your question. You want to know of the oldest elephant that I've ever heard of living. That is, unless I guess you've sort of seen an elephant be born and followed it through its life, it's difficult to say exactly of its age, but I've heard of elephants living to about like 80, 90 years old. On average, it's said to be 60. But of course, that is an average and difficult to say for sure. But that's what I've heard. And it may very well be um, one that's lived older than that. Well, I've actually just looked it up because now I'm also interested. I did say that I've heard them living to about 80 to 90, but apparently there is a 100-year-old elephant that's been recorded um, in the Bori Wildlife Sanctuary. This must be an Indian elephant, though, right? That is the oldest living elephant. So there we go. Let me have a look if there's a specific record for African elephant. But I do think that the African elephants have a slightly like harsher lifestyle in some ways, just because of the environments they live in, um, and the real sort of wild, uh, open systems that they are in can sometimes have an effect on the lives that they live. So it's an interesting one, and obviously captivity plays a part in that as well. So you're going to have elephants that are within sort of wildlife sanctuaries or things like that, living to a lot older. Like, for example, the oldest elephant that I just uh, read up about, Asian elephant. But out here in the wild, usually between 50 and 60. Of course, elephants don't have any natural predators for the most part once they get to that sort of age. They're just too large for something to take it down, other than other elephants, of course, because they do fight between themselves. So that is something that the older bulls do have to be wary of. But generally, because of the teeth situation, so what I mean by that is that an elephant's given um, a certain amount of sets of teeth that is basically dictates how long it can live. And that's 6 sets. And sometimes it's been seen that an elephant will get a bonus seventh set, but probably um, not, yeah, not quite going to last as long as the others. And so that may give them a few extra years of life. And so once those teeth are worn down, the elephant will eventually not be able to get any nutrition from the food that it's eating, and eventually then become skinnier and skinnier and die because of malnutrition. And so that is their natural pathway in their life. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Very interesting. I love getting these questions. I'm also learning things as we go, which is great. Um, but yeah, it was good. Thank you very much.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
All right, everybody. Well, it looks like things have quietened down here at Tau. And so what we're going to do is go have a look at possibly some elephants that are Okukuyo. And there they are. I was a little bit hesitant to, sometimes they do move off, but I'm glad that they are sticking around. They were all on their own. Now I see a springbuck has also entered the waterhole on the right. But how lovely to see some elephants here, everyone. We came here yesterday and it was very, very quiet. So it's great to see these eddies that have come down to drink. Hi, Jay. I agree with you absolutely. The more elephants, the better. You can never have enough elephants. Well, we are coming to that time again, everyone, where it is almost time to say goodbye. And once again, just thank you so much to every single one of our viewers who have joined us here at the Waterhole today. It's been a fantastic show. And I know from Steph and myself, we really do love doing what we do. So thank you for having us. Thank you for sending through your questions and your comments. It is always wonderful to be able to interact with you and help answer what you want to know, but also learn ourselves, which is a great part of this job. Hi, Alandi. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the afternoon, and I will be back with you all again tomorrow, which I'm very much looking forward to. So please do make sure that you join for the Waterhole. I'll be back in the afternoon session once again, and we are going to soon head over to your live sunset safari. So please do stay tuned to WildEarth. But from me and the team at the Waterhole, it's time for us to say goodbye and enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or morning, wherever you may be.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining on your safari experience on a very cloudy afternoon out here at Eco Training. Hope everybody's as excited as we are to explore and hopefully find some really cool animals, such as what we've done now with this hippopotamus that's in the dam. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. My name's Andrew, and that is Cameron behind the camera over there, and we're doing very well this afternoon. So remember, we are live and interactive, so if you want to communicate with us or any of the other naturalists, you are more than welcome to do so. And what you can do is you can go into the YouTube channel if you want to follow any of the notifications, and then if you want to watch on the WildEarth app, that's also available. And if you want to interact with us, what you can do is you can subscribe on the WildEarth website.